some of the matches may be assigned in women division at 10 o'clock 30 round. Players please check the online schedule and proceed to the assigned tables.
Good morning and welcome back to the Predator Eurotour series. This time we are live from the Austrian Open in Sankt Johann in Pongau, Austria. Our next match on this featured table is a monster matchup between former World 10-ball champion Wojciech Cevcik on the left and former European 9-ball champion Sanjin Pelivanovic. This is the last 16, single elimination. The winner goes through and the loser is out. In the commentary booth for this match is myself, Tim de Ruyter, trying to explain all the action. And I think this could be a very close encounter. Both players on top of their game have been riding the wave for a couple of years now. Bunch of good results. Full-time professionals. Sanjin yesterday beating Maximilian Lechner in the last 32, including 9 breaker runs, I believe so. Don't think it was too far off. Wojciech Cevcik having the better side on Jan van Lierop, the Dutchman, who didn't make it till the end, but played a good tournament as well, all the way through the loser bracket to get to the last 32. Cevcik beat him 11-6. Now, the game is 9-ball. The 9-ball is racked on the spot, so it means a higher rack than usual. The 3-point rule is in effect, so has to get to 3 points combined by how many balls you make on the break or how many balls pass the line you see in the top side of the table, the kitchen line. So you make 1 ball on the break, you need 2 in the kitchen. If you make 2 balls on the break, you need 1 in the kitchen. If you make 3 balls on the break, you need none. For example. So Sanjin did get to the table, chose not to play. Wojciech went for the push out, and now I think it's an okay safety shot here to roll up on the 9. Of course, it's a little bit scary to play it soft, especially on a table that's starting to get worn in. Yeah, also the shot clock is in effect, which makes pool a whole different ball game. 60 seconds after the break, 35 seconds per shot, and 1 extension per rack of 25 seconds. This 1 ball is on. I believe if he makes this, the 3 will be available, going twice the long rail back and forth. Yeah, nice opening shot. Still needs a little bit of work here on the 3 ball. Might have to run a little bit of a gamble towards the 8. Not much that can happen against you. Yeah, as you can see, a little bit of a gamble of where the cue ball was going to stop, but with him entering that positional area, he was always going to have a shot on the 4. And now it's back to the routine. Well, a little bit straighter on the 5. Think he can still go forward, but not a very natural angle. And then still we'll have to do some work from 7 to 8. as the 8 is frozen to the rail, so he's going to avoid shooting the 8 in the top right corner. He's most likely going to try and get close to the 7 and play the 7 and 8 in the same bottom right corner. As you can see, tried everything in his power to get to the top side of the 8. Just barely beat the scratch, but he's on the 8. A little bit more angle. I heard the venue is quite humid inside, weather conditions, so the table's a little bit more springy. So probably we'll have to cross over to play the 9 in the same corner as the 8. Unless he bounces back up. Oh. Actually, I think he understruck the cue ball there a little bit. Yeah, quite surprising mistake. Sanjin will be looking to play good safety. Get the distance, bring the 8 to the bottom short rail near the second diamond, the second dot on the rail. The cube all the way to the top side of the table. Well, got the left side covered, not the right side, but just by having the left side covered makes things a lot more difficult already for Wojciech. Yeah, and even though he can hit the 8, he's opting to go rail first, and I do like this play. If he catches it full, a lot of good things can happen. Just like this. Look at how well he's played this. Does he get cover behind the 9? I don't think so. I think he's left the 8 on, but that was a great effort from Chevchik. Yeah, long and difficult shot. Needs a little trace of left to beat the scratch in the center pocket. Yeah, chose to put more into the cue ball, let the cue ball run a bit. We'll have to play another safety on the 9. We'll have to grind this game out. Oh wow, he just cut it in the side. What a shot there from Sanjin. Actually thought he was going to miss it on the thick side and send it to the top short rail, but he's played an excellent cut there on the 9 ball. And by doing so, he stole one of the 2 breaks of Wojciech. That's one thing I didn't go over yet, is the change they made. Usually, of course, we had the alternate break in the Eurotour, but they have changed it to alternate break per 2 racks. So each player gets 2 breaks. So Wojciech can make things alright if he wins the second one. Yeah, this is the break. Beautiful cue ball. Parked in the center of the table. 3 balls in. A little bit of a shot here on the 3 ball. Especially the work with the cue ball. Not exactly the pocketing the ball. Has to travel twice the long rail. Possibly also the top short rail. To get nice on the 4. But right after it's laying really nicely. So this is a key shot. Yeah, due to a couple years of absence from quite a lot of players, most of the top players are actually not ranked at the moment. Wojciech currently ranked number 5 in the European ranking. Sanjin missed almost every event last year, so has no ranking. Well, I'm quite sure he'll be climbing the ladder after this tournament. It's not going to take long before he enters the top 16 again, and which is quite a big deal nowadays, being in the top 16. The organization, Predator and IBPF, they will be paying your expenses if you get there. Top 8, no, I'm not sure actually. Could be last 8 or last 16 in the men, and top 4, top 8 in the women. So obviously quite nice to have your trip paid and go out there and just enjoy and play for passion, you know. So I'm quite sure Sanjin will start to compete more in the Eurotour. As you see at the other table, Mario He and Alexa Petzelier currently at it. Great match as well. You can watch both matches at the same time. Just make sure you keep my volume on and turn down the others. No, I'm just kidding. Either way, but just glad for everyone that tuned in so far. This is the final day of the Predator Austrian Open, so the Open division. I believe the women's division starts today as well, and those will finish tomorrow. A little bit unfortunate there for Sanjin. 1 ball catching the side pocket point, and the 7 ball being stopped by the 4 just in front of the kitchen line. It didn't pass the line, so that means only 1 ball in and 1 ball passing the line. So control passes to the pole, who's facing a long one. Only has to stop the cue ball though, doesn't have to do much with the cue ball. I mean, if he could draw back maybe a ball or 2, not too much, but he's going to have a cut on the 2 ball anyways. Well, that is one hurdle. There will be a couple more hurdles actually. This 2 ball is a little bit of a hurdle. And then if you look on the 5 doesn't go past the 6. The orange 5 doesn't go past the green 6. Is he going to try and catch a piece of the 5 here? Yeah, nice spot, but I felt like he cut it just slightly thinner, on the thinner side of the pocket, and like I mentioned, the rails are a little bit fast. Those are just the weather conditions, which makes everything a little bit more responsive, a little bit more speed on the ball. Ooh, he's missed his kick. I'm a little bit surprised actually. Wasn't the most difficult kick to hit, at least. And like I said, with the 5 ball being quite locked, he can definitely use the ball in hand. He actually needed something like a ball in hand to be able to play the 5 off the rail or position himself perfect on the 5-6 combination. Yeah, nice little nudge. Still has to come up with somewhat of a shot here. More of a shot making thing. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball. That's the good news. Yeah, certainly has been queuing well this week. Told Luke Riches in the interview that his game is definitely where he wants it to be. He's ready to get his first Eurotour title. Still a long way, of course. Needs to win 4 matches to do so. But you achieve what you believe. In this case, he looks very confident. Good temperament too. Has made a mistake already in this match and still staying quite calm, so good early signs from the Bosnian, who's taking the 3rd game here. It's a 2-1 lead, and he has another break. So for Wojciech winning the leg, he could be looking at an early deficit 3-1, depending on how the next break is going. It's a race to 11, so we've got plenty of time. Yeah, throughout the match I will try to keep everyone updated on the other scores. Wow. All the other matches they have played in general for the 6 games. And Urturku is currently up 7-1 against Roman Hiebler. Urturku, who beat Joshua Filler yesterday in the last 32, 11-5. So surely he must be feeling very well. Must be running around the table. Anyhow, let's see what we have here. 2 balls in on the break. Plenty of balls passing the kitchen line, so definitely legal break. He's at the table. Straight in 3 ball. If he can get straight in on the 4, this layout is pretty favorable. Didn't get as much in the cue ball as he wanted to. A little bit jabby. But that's also a different thing, is that with the conditions of the table being slightly different, usually on the sliding cloth I would bet a lot of money that all these players can draw the cue ball straight down. But, oh, look at the cue ball. But now if the cloth starts to get a little bit sticky, a little bit humid, that's where quite some players are starting to struggle with longer draw. And yeah, especially moving the cue ball around. So yeah, you can really see a difference in how the table is playing. Obviously, like I mentioned before, this is really a weather condition thing. It's not something you can solve unless you keep every door shut, you buy expensive air conditioning, and you make sure all the conditions stay the same the whole event, which is almost not possible. Then still you can get the humidity because it can be cooking inside, so it could be very hot. So a little bit of work he did on the 4 to the 5, almost scratched. But afterwards it's back in line. Maybe slightly too much angle on this 7 ball, knowing that the rail is going to bounce a bit more. Yeah, and that's why he's hit it thick. I truly believe that is a result of trying to hold the cue ball. Like he somewhere in his mind knew that the ball was gonna bounce off the rail a little bit more, and he had to hold it a bit, not to get too much angle on the 8. What a mistake there from Pelivanovic. That could cost him this game, but possibly with Wojciech breaking 2 more, he could retake the advantage in this match. So the score is being tied at 2. Wojciech has 2 breaks to find a gap, make a gap in the score line. Yeah, very similar to his second break on his first set of 2. Wing ball, 1 ball in, and then another ball following the wing ball. Almost perfect cue ball, not parked in the center of the table, but still nicely controlled. And tough opening shot here on the 3. Just because if he goes forward, the cue ball will find the 8. If he stuns the cue ball, he's either on the scratch, or if he touches the 8, he's going to be far and maybe hooked on the 5. So I think he is still trying to go 2 rails, trying not to catch the 8, but so tough. Wow. He's played that very well. Very nicely avoided the scratch in the 8. Got shape on the 5. He might be just a little too straight. So elevate to punch the cue ball to the top side of the 6. Or just follow to play the 6 all the way in the top left corner. But quite sure 95% of the players would like to play this in the bottom left. They'd rather jack up on the 5 to have this shot than an easy 5 to play the 6 in the top left. Yeah, especially with how he's breaking, making 2-3 balls on the break. In 9-ball in general, it's all about, in general, one big shot, just like he played a 3-ball. And then after, it usually it's just stay in line and, of course, handle the nerves. Yeah, so a textbook run out for Wojciech. Perfect break and run. It's looking to produce another one here. Time to turn the screws a little bit, get things a little bit tight on your opponent, just to see if you can maybe get like an early advantage, like a 7-3-ish. That would be very favorable, of course, towards the end. That's what Lechner tried to do yesterday on Sanjin as well. I think together of them, they definitely had like 15 breaker runs in a race to 11. So high quality. Sanjin survived, but if Wojciech keeps breaking like this, things could get real tough. Lost the cue ball a slight bit though, dug a little deeper in the cue ball. It will be interesting to see what he plays here on the 1. He's made 2 balls on the break, the 1 and the 4 in the kitchen, so definitely legal. Has a cut in the side, but this is very missable. Because the more pace you play on the 1, the higher the chances are to rattle the 1. Because if it hits one of the knuckles, it's out. If you have to play this a little softer, it's always scary on the stroke. Oh, he's going for it. There's really not much more on the defensive side, so I understand, but difficult shot again. Yeah, great shot there. Now needs one more good shot here. Not exactly pocketing the 3 ball, but especially running the cue ball 2 rails to the center of the table. If he gets nicely on the 4, everything else is laying really, really nice to get a 2-game window early on in the match. As you can see, perfect on the 8. The 9 is near, so yeah, just stay focused. Don't let yourself get distracted by anything. Strong display, 2 breaker runs in a row. We'll have to see if Sanjin can produce the same. If not, we will definitely see the gap in the match. Only thing I was worried about for Sanjin, based on his first 2 breaks, is that they were not as good as Wojciech's so far. I've seen his break yesterday, it was excellent. Now, it was good, but he's definitely looking for perfection again here on the break. Definitely both of them breaking from the same side. Table has showed that this is the side to break from. Yeah, this is what I mean. It's he makes one, only the 5 ball passing the kitchen line. Illegal break. Wojciech at the table. Yeah, still quite a bit of work to do. As you can see, the 4 a little bit covered by the 6. Does go in the left center, but has to make sure he has a good angle to stun the cue ball up table on the 5 from the 4. So 2 rail shape here. 1 rail will leave you the wrong angle. 2 rails, it's easier to fall in that angle, but might have got it straight, yeah. The only thing he can do is probably run forward and take more cuts on the 5, or is he able to still get past the side? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of going forward actually, but if it's the only option he has. And now that is a very surprising miss. Wasn't the toughest of shots, but he was so trying to get the cue ball easier on the 5 ball. And then now easy safety for Sanjin. That really laid up easy. So good save. Let's see, I think he's got every kick covered here. Will be difficult to hit the 4. It was a great try actually. Got very close to hit the 4. Pushed a couple of balls over, but I still think all the balls are available to the bottom left. So it's a run out opportunity for Sanjin. Just a little bit of traveling possibly on the 6 to 7. Just because the 8 is in between. Yeah, definitely tricky shot here. I think it will be difficult actually to not hit the 8. And if you draw away from the 8, the scratch could be near in the left center. So a little bit of a finesse shot here. Yes, you could see a very smooth, soft kill stroke on the ball. Can be so difficult. These kind of conditions when you're not feeling so well. Ooh, that just barely dropped in. As you could see, the pockets are not grabbing that much anymore. Like this one was close to stay up. Yeah, he did still win his first break of the 2. But he needed a little bit of help there from Chevchik. 4-3, the Pole still leading. Now this time 3 balls in on the break. I actually would have loved to see the 2 ball stay up, but it did go down the drain. The 4 and the 9 tied up, and really no future at all on this. Much better break than the previous one. Now, is there a little... He's called the 9 ball just in case. I was thinking he might be able to go over the right side and bring the cue ball 3 rails to the left side of the 8. Like a safety shot. 3 rail safety shot. We're going on the 9 here. Probably bring the cue ball all the way back. Oh, he's made the 4. Look at this. Quite sure he wasn't trying to make the 4 in that corner. Didn't really get the shape on the 5, so we're still back to playing safe. But now, if he nicks the 5 ball and brings the cue ball all the way back down table, could be a difficult position for Wojciech. Yeah, just a couple balls short of getting the cue ball underneath the 7. Nonetheless, difficult position for Wojciech, who's now trying to bring the cue ball back underneath the 7-8. Most likely leaving a jump on the 5 ball, but at least there will be a long one. Wow, what a beauty of a shot. Nicely spotted there. That's quite some knowledge actually. Knowing how the table is going to react. Because if the table was playing slick, there was no way on this planet that he could have played this. So he's played an excellent kick and stick behind the 6. Sanji now with the return. He's found the window. Yeah, I'm not saying this was one he's supposed to hit. But as you can see on his face, I think we both expected him to hit the 5 ball. So control goes back to Wojciech, who, if he clears up here, has 2 breaks coming up right after. So he could be starting to chase a big lead. Yeah, a little bit surprised actually. Still thought he was able to play low left and get to the 7. So probably he's going to bank the 7, but surely missable, quite the cut. Oh, he really let the cue ball go there. Low left, beautiful shape on the 8. That was a big shot. Protecting his 2-game lead he had. Excellent cross-side bank on the 7 from Wojciech Cevcik. And straight in on the 9, so it's going to be 5-3 and the pole breaking twice. Who knows what's coming? So timeout has been called by Sanjin Pelivanovic, possibly trying to slow Wojciech down a bit, especially seeing the bank shot on the 7. You might have thought, you know, maybe I want him to be in his chair for 4 or 5 minutes before he gets to break the balls twice. You never know, can stir things up. As you can see on the other table, we do have Alexa Pachel and Mario Hay also involved in a big battle. Score now 4-3 Alexa. 2 balls on the table, so possibly 5-3. So similar scoreline as our match. On the other tables, basically all the matches still running, still a long way to go, except for the one, Urturku. He's up 10-2 against Roman Hiebler. Wow, such a surprise. I don't think many people have heard of him. Now if you look at the other tables, Felix Vogel leading 7-4 over fellow countryman Tobias Bongers. Alvaro Canoniga, he's trailing 5-6 against Mieszko Fortunski. Mieszko had a great performance on the TV table yesterday, so he's definitely making a run for it, the Spaniard. Now Ralph Souquet and Luca Men tied at 3. Oliver Zolnocki, the Hungarian, is up 6-2 against Poland's Mariusz Skoneczny. And last but not least, Stefan Kasper, the man showing high form, finished 2nd and 3rd in the last 2 Eurotour events. He's currently leading 6-4 against Mohamed Soufi, the former World 9-ball runner-up. So, as you can see or hear, all these matches quite close, except for 2 matches. 7-2 Oliver against Marius and 10-2 Turku and Hiebler. But we still have a long way to go. Let's have a little look at this match here on table 1. In the meantime, we'll be waiting for Sanjin to come back. 5-3 leading Alexa, and probably a safety here behind the 9. Yeah, such a difficult shot at times. Not easy to kill the cue ball perfectly. Especially being jacked up. I think with a level cue wasn't the toughest, but being jacked up, the aiming is always a little tougher. So, an opening shot for Mario on the 1 ball. Let's see if he can turn things around. And as you can see, Sanjin is back. So we'll get to see Wojciech to break the balls in the next 2 games. Is he able to break a run 2 out of 2 like he just did and put himself into a 7-3 lead? Or will we see things backfire on him and will we see the score go 5 each? Well, he did catch the break quite a lot fuller than he usually does. Did not make the wing ball, made the 1 in the side and a random ball in the opposite side pocket, the 8. Still 2 balls passing the kitchen line and he's got shape on the 2. The 3 ball does go to the bottom right corner. So I'm expecting him to play this to the corner, stunning into the rail and out, and then a slight angle on the 3 ball to get to the 4. Yeah, nicely done. This is one of those layouts where you make one good shot on the 2. This 3 ball is laying nice, stun into the rail and out, guarantees angle. Maybe a little bit of shape on the 5 to make sure you get to the 6, but in general, he only had to play one good shot, and that was the 2 ball. So yeah, if you make 2-3 balls on the break, they can run 7, maybe 6 balls. But we've seen strange things happen. Sanjin missing an easy 7 or quite decent 7 ball. But we've seen a similar thing happen for Wojciech. So you just never know what's gonna come up. 2-row shape to the 6 ball. Trying to get close to straight. As you can see, super difficult to spread the speed out of the cue ball. I think he's landed really nicely there. Quite a draw needed on the 7. Yeah, controlled it very nicely, but you can see how much effort he actually put into the ball to see, well, the cue ball traveling just a slight bit. That's really not saying his stroke is bad. He actually has a really big stroke, but more saying the conditions are a little bit different than usual. And that's the thing with the Eurotour as well, is that you just really have to learn to adapt to the conditions. They will have the same equipment, Predator tables, new cloth. They will have this every tournament, but now if the one venue is really hot or the other venue is really sticky or it's very cold, like there's just multiple conditions which will definitely alter the outcome. So far I have to say Wojciech is adjusting pretty fine. Nice breaker run just now, so that means he has 3 breaker runs now, or at least in the last 3 breaks for him he's had 3 breaker runs. Can he produce another one? 6-3 now. Jevchik leading. Yeah, did catch the break a little thinner. One ball did hang up and stayed in front of the side pocket, but the cue ball went the other side of the table. So there's no cut in the side, and I don't think the one ball does go to the corner unless... No, he's full on the scratch. That cue ball will go right into the side pocket. Yeah, pretty difficult position actually to be in. Little bit fortunate there not to leave something on the 1, in my opinion. Just because the 1 was never going to get out and the cue ball was supposed to be on the bottom short rail, I feel like. But on the other side, I think Sanjin should be just happy to get to the table. Always try to make the best of it. Well, created an opportunity for himself and really needs to get this game on the board. I feel like when we go 7-3, 8-4, I think things will get real tough for Sanjin. Not saying he will never be able to come back, but things will get real tough. If he can stick, you know, just like 1-2 games difference, his odds will be way better, and I wouldn't be too worried with just a couple games. So when you get like 4 or 5 games difference, good news is he only needs to play a little bit of draw, then 2-roll shape from 6 to 7. Did put himself slightly straighter, so we'll have to go forward, possibly again 2 rails, top left spin. I was thinking about going top right over the left side of the table. There it is, 6-4. Managed to steal a rack from Wojciech. I mean, difficult position for Wojciech to be in after the break. Making 2 balls, not a real shot on the 1. Yeah, Sanjin did play a nice steady bank shot on the 1. Was close to hitting the 9-ball first. So he took a little bit of a gamble there, but he also knew that he can take a little bit of a risk. He was down, needed to steal that game, kind of bad. So he played a nice bank shot on the 1 and ran the game, so 6-4. Still, the 2 breaks coming up from Sanjin could mean we could be tied at 6 in 5 to 10 minutes. So let's see. Would like to catch the break a little thicker. Last time he overcut the break. Yeah, looking much better. The second he turned around, he was thinking, oh, that's 6-ball, because it was awful close to block the cue ball for a shot on the 2. But he's got the shot on the 2. 2 balls in, plenty of balls, of course, past the head string, so no doubt that this is a legal break. Just needs to get the shape on the 4 to play in the right center. Yeah, did get absolutely perfect on the 4, maybe a little bit on the rail, but is maneuvering the cue ball really nicely at the moment. Actually surprised he's looking at playing the 6 in the center. Could go with top left and let the cue ball go play the 6 in the top right. Especially with the little speedier rails to hold the cue ball in these positions. It's not always the easiest. But like I said, both gentlemen are handling the conditions really well. Also, they handle the conditions well, but I think they handle themselves quite well. Going to try and get at least close to the 8. That way he doesn't have to put such a big stroke on the 8 to draw back for the 9. So near the side pocket, that's preferred. He's not happy, was really trying to get straighter on the 8. I think with how the table is bouncing, yeah, I don't think he's able to bring the cue ball back with low left. He's still going to try, but could be near the side. Look at this stretch, and he's miscued. Yeah, what has he done there too? Why not get the bridge out? This is fascinating. I mean, I'm flabbergasted right now. Just by the whole stretch, like all over the table. What a mistake. Could be a very costly mistake. Wojciech going all in on the cut. Let the cue ball go. No, he even checked it off the top short rail. What a shot. He's about to steal this game. He's, in my opinion, never supposed to even get back to the table here. What a turnaround. For a second I was thinking, you know, 6-5. We could really end up 6-6 or 7-7. Yeah, 7-4. Yeah, a little bit of frustration there for Sanjin. I mean, in the end, he did not get the ideal shape from 7 to 8. Couldn't reach it. Probably the time got him there too, because he's, you know, trying to reach the ball. Possibly the referee told him you have 10 seconds left. But painful mistake from the Bosnian. Yeah, great break. Look at the one. Does it shape up? I think it has landed nicely though. If you can see, just because of this slight angle, there's no risk of the double hit, striking the cue ball twice, because he's cutting the one ball just slightly. So the cue ball is moving to the right before the stroke is going more forward. Sure, we will see him get close to the cue ball, making sure the stroke doesn't go all the way. As you see, a little short stroke. It's guaranteed to be on the 2. The only thing is he actually came up too short. Now he will have to travel a lot more with the cue ball. Don't think he can hold the cue ball there to cut the 3 ball in. Yeah, that 2 ball just slid in, caught it thick. Means the cue ball had less speed as well. Let's see, is he going to try and kill this 3 ball with left spin? Low left, yeah, it looks like it. Sensitive shot. And even then, if you look at the cue ball, just tables are just so fast. Yeah, we'll have to draw at least a diamond back. I think I would prefer maybe a little bit more, but this is asking a lot of your technique as well. Yeah, nicely done. As you see, he's straight on the 5, so I would say just get past the center of the table. Like, you don't want to overscrew and scratch in the corner, but my target would be just to get past the center. And anything else, if I get straight on the 6 is okay. If I get some angle on the 6 is okay. Ooh, he did cheat the pocket just a little bit. And the cue ball ran a little bit more towards the 6. I'm not sure if he can reach. And it's a thin cut, so he will have to run the cue ball around. Well, he must have something against the bridge, against the rest. Because he is putting himself in all kinds of funny positions, body positions. Now this time, looks like he's playing safe. And I'm not sure if this will be enough. I don't think so. There's a cut. And with Wojciech being 7-4 up, knowing that this is Sanjin's break, I would say, yeah, sure, let's have a little risk. You know, if you make it, you're 8-4 and you're breaking twice. If you miss, well, you were supposed to lose this game anyways. Sanjin was supposed to run out, and it's his break. So this moment, yeah, I like to go aggressive. Oh, he's played it perfect. Ginned it. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, tough times for Sanjin. I for a second thought he was going to climb back into this match. Started off slightly better than Wojciech, but it just shows how tough of a customer this Pole can be. Yeah, now 8-4. Wojciech Chevchik in the lead. Does have 2 breaks. 2 successful breaks could mean a 10-4 lead. Very interesting. Wojciech now taking his timeout, probably knowing that Sanjin is a little bit frustrated. Obviously, he's made 2 mistakes in 2 games now. So he's taking a little break. Also possible a restroom break, of course. It's not only the mental aspect of the game. When you gotta go, you gotta go. So let's see the other scores. Mario He currently leading 7-5 over Alexa Perchelia. 2 matches finished already. Felix Vogel, the youngster from Germany, beat Tobias Bongers 11-5. He's through to another quarterfinal. Great stuff from the young Vogel. The Birdman. And Uğur Turku 11-2 against Roman Hiebler. That's a big result too. In the meantime, also Oliver Zolnocki 10-2 up against Marius Konechny. Stefan Kasper 8-5 up against Mohamed Soufi. Ralph Souquet kinda ran away with the set. Score was tied 3 each, is now 7-3 for Der Kaiser against Luka Men. And the same goes for Mieszko Fortunski. Was pretty close with Alvaro Canoniga from Spain. And now 8-5. Still a long way to go and plenty more action to come. So make sure you stay tuned on all our social media channels. We're on every channel available. And of course here on ProBilliardTV, make sure you stay subscribed. Because we will have plenty more events coming. 2 events in Indonesia this year, or actually more events, but I'm saying 2 weeks of action in Indonesia. We will be in Vietnam this year, and to close out the year we will have an event in the US, Jacksonville. So definitely a lot of action coming, and I'm quite sure all the viewers would be wanting to see it all unfold. So as you can see, Wojciech just came back from his break, from his timeout. Sanjin looking over at Alexa's table, his buddy, both from the Balkan. So in the recent years, the Balkan started to produce excellent players, with now 2 of them in the last 16 of the Eurotour. It's a 215 players, I believe, event. So to have 2 Balkan players in the last 16 is pretty strong for a region where maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago there were not as many top players. The only real player I know from back in the day were maybe Vilmos Foldes from Hungary and Sander Tot, I believe is Serbian. I might be completely wrong there. Hopefully I don't get a lot of haters for that. But I'm more saying those were maybe the most known players back in the day. So just saying, a new generation is coming for the Balkan. Now, 2 balls in on the break. Did catch the break full though. The cue ball tracking above the side pocket. That's the reason why it ended up all the way to the top short rail. And he did get hooked behind the 8. So he's looking at playing a tricky kick shot here on the 2. He's looking to kill the cue ball behind the 5. But I'm not sure if the 2 ball has a way past the 6-9. Yeah, played a good cue ball to get behind the 5 ball, but like I said, that 2, I don't think it was really going to get further than this. So it did make the long 2 ball. Now the 6-9 combinations you can see is pretty wired. But then again, the place where he's pointing on at the table on the cloth, I'm not very sure if that's, if you're capable to make the 5 and kill the cue ball to hold it there. So if I would be trying to play that position on the springy rails, I probably would go twice the long rail to get back to the center of the table. Yeah, that's what he's played. I think he's very close. This is kind of a must. He's putting on the big grind, the huge grind here, Sanjin, to still make something happen in this match. So 8-5. Wojciech does still have one more break. So he could still be looking at a 9-5, but if he manages to make it 8-6, that's the thing. Like, when you're in your chair, you should not be thinking, oh, he's gonna make 9-5. You could be thinking, you know, hopefully he has a dry break, or hopefully something happens. I might have a chance to close the gap, you know. Back in the day with just a regular alternate break, we would have this thing where you would be down 4 games or sometimes 6 games, and the only thing you would be thinking is, you know, it's only 2 times hooked after the break for him, or 2 dry breaks from him and I'm back, or 3, depends on the lead, of course. So it's all about staying fresh in the head, putting the right thought into the process. Well, this time he did catch the break better than last time, just the cue ball being bumped. And this is what I mean. So now cue ball being bumped, gets no shot after the break, 2 balls in. This is exactly what Sanjin wants to happen. So push out to a long 2 ball. I'm guessing he's going to play for the overcut. No, he went for the shot. Well, it's a little bit of both. I mean, if he misses it on the long rail, it's a save. The only thing you gotta make sure is you focus on bringing the cue ball all the way back. And if you make it or you get the save, it's okay. So now, by making the 2, it's kind of forced to take on the 3-ball as well. Yeah, excellent cueing from Sanjin. 2 extremely difficult shots there. Cue ball glued to the rail on the 2. And then that 3-ball, especially having to play that speed on the 3, you know that if you fail to pocket the 3-ball, you probably sell out the game. So he has to pick up the pieces here. This means if he would get out here, he would have survived 2 breaks from Wojciech. And then he has 2 breaks coming. You know, it's a very possible scenario that we could go to 8 each. Even 9-7 would be alright from how much Sanjin was down. But the longer he can keep Wojciech on 8, the more ideal. Because even if Wojciech would get his own 2 breaks, he would not be able to finish the match. I'll never doubt it to bring the cue ball back down table to play the 9 in the same corner. A little bit more cut on the 9, but should be fine. Should be 8-6. Yeah, in it goes. 8-6. Excellent grind from the Bosnian, who just survived 2 breaks of Jevchik. Now he will be breaking twice. The thing is, with the pool gods, you just never know whether they are starting to like you or they're starting to punish you. So in this case, I think it's a little bit gambling sometimes on the break. Surely, if you catch it a little bit too thick or too thin, it changes the outcome. But still, there is that slight bit of luck after the break. Oh, this could be the first dry break of the match. No, the 8 does go. Ooh, that was close. That was nervy. Yeah, you could see on his reaction there. He's definitely not happy with how he struck the break. I think it was a little bit punchy. It wasn't smooth. Wasn't a nice square hit. Actually fortunate to still be at the table, making the 8 and the 1 and the 6 crossing the kitchen line for a legal break. Well, does come up with a good shot here. Now, the reason why I said a good shot is because if you can see, the 5 and the 6 are in between, so there's no easy jump, at least. Sure, Wojciech can go over the short rail and hit the 1, but Sanjin was in a little bit of a position, a little bit of a tough spot there. Oh, caught the 1 ball twice. Does he get a little roll? Yeah, I don't think he can complain about the outcome. On the other side, Sanjin can push. Well, he could go aggressive and make the 1 in the top right corner, but Could also roll up on the 5 and just wait. Or like a soft stop shot, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes you have to tie the screws on your opponent a little bit more, taking less risk yourself and making sure your opponent starts to struggle. And I think that's what Sanjin is doing the last 2 games. He really grinded his way through the racks. Not as much breaker runs, but more, or run out pool. More of a tactical battle, trying to get the advantage and then run out. Don't think he's gonna hit this soft. He's going to try. If he doesn't make it, he's going to try and get distance. Oh, look at this for a result. He's hit it really well. But this is what I meant also. Like, sometimes the game is just going to go like this, and it can be sickening. And it's such a pivotal moment as well, you know. 8-6, one more mistake from Wojciech. We could be tied at 8. And from there, only a race to 3. It's a coin flip. Either side, I feel like. So is he just wondering? He has the jump cue out. He's going for a jump kick on the 1. A little bit of magic here, possibly. No, no magic. It's ball in hand. Yeah, as you can see, the red 3 ball doesn't go in the bottom right past 7. So he needed a nice angle on this 2, which he has, to drop in between the 3-7. Shooting this to the top right corner, landing in between the 5 and the 4. What has he done there? What has he done there? Yeah, I think he locked himself on the 5. Wow, this is unbelievable. Actually think over the short rail. The 5 is blocking a piece of the short rail too. He's running out of time. Actually, it's not a bad hit, and I think he's going to be just fine. 7 ball blocking the 4. A little smile there from Sanjin. I mean, it's a good hit. He chose one side to hit the 4. Played it with decent pace. It's actually a good shot from Wojciech, considering that he just messed up. He was running out of time, queuing over the 5. I think he's played a really good shot there. But also a good return from Perivanovic. Let's see. To go 2 rails, it's a really small, fine window in between the rail and the 4. So probably nick the 4 and play more pace. Go directly into it. He's got the distance, but as you can see, Sanjin is going all in on this. Just happy to get back to the table at least. Oh, and he's hung the 4. Did he leave a window in between the 5-7? Nonetheless, there is a jump shot, but if it goes directly, painful for Sanjin. So has to kill the cue ball a bit. Has to be careful not to put too much into the cue ball. Yeah, I have to say weather conditions in western side of Europe, quite hot weather. But also, it's supposed to be storming in the next couple days. So these conditions, obviously, humidity will rise, sticky because of the hot weather as well. I don't think I've seen any table on the planet playing well under those conditions. You know, that's just a piece of pool. You know, that's something you have to learn how to play under these conditions, and it's not easy. But I have to say, Wojciech is managing really well. Not too many missed opportunities. So that's 9-6 on the board. Chevchik, and yeah, you can see the disappointment in Sanjin's body language. I mean, he still has another break. He was up yesterday against Max Legner, 9-7, similar scoreline. Max broke a ran twice, and then Sanjin sealed the deal. But just saying, sometimes it's you being in the driver's seat, being up 9-7, and sometimes it's the other way around. It's basically the same odds. So yeah, you cannot be always the one up front, but it's such a small margin to still win the match. Ooh, that wing ball originally was not trying to go. It did go though. One ball traveling all around the table, and look at how nicely it stopped over the corner. So best thing he can do here is break a run, go to his chair and pray for anything funny to happen on Wojciech's break. A dry break, illegal break. Ooh. I think he's just fine to play draw on the 2. Would like to be a little closer on the 3 ball. Now, would like to stay off the rail a bit. If he gets frozen to the rail, could be nasty. That's why, as you could see, he was cheating the pocket there, catching the right long rail still with pocket speed. I think this is key shot for now. Could go stun right, 2 rails towards the 5. Could also go with top left. Most of the players like the stun right because it gives a natural throw on the 4. And in this case, I think you could have spread the pace a little better. The table is fast, so if you go 2 rails, I think it's easier to spread out the speed of the cue ball. And he's ran too far. Is he going aggressive for the bank? I think he is. This is a big shot. Wojciech made one of those earlier. Low left spin, drawing the cue ball around for the 7. Wow, Sanjin nails it. I mean, if you think about it, one more mistake brings Wojciech on the hill and him breaking twice. So there was quite some pressure on that bank. He's played it perfect. Still a little bit of work on the 7. Does have angle, so we'll have to stun the cue ball 2 rails to the center again. Oh, he's missed the 7. Look, he was trying to bring the cue ball around 4 or 5 rails. 4 rails. Yeah, this is costly. Knowing that Wojciech has 2 breaks coming means he only needs one of the 2 breaks, basically 1 break run, if he clears this. Let's not get ahead of myself. Wow, what a miss on the 7 ball. Yeah, nice and straight on the 8. Needs small draw to get to the 9. And then this 9 ball to bring the match to 10-6 lead, and on the hill. One more rack remaining for Wojciech Cevcik to get to the quarterfinals. Now then, are we going to see another tail to the story? Is there something that could stop Wojciech from finishing this match to where we see Sanjin win the next 2, break a run his own 2? Or is Wojciech going to close out the match to break 2 balls? Yeah, it does have a shot on the 2. It's very close and nearby. But I feel like he can cut this in and bring the cue ball to the top right corner on the 3 ball. 3-4 rail shape. Now if you look at the 8, the 8 is blocked pretty much by the 9 to go to the bottom right, so it only does go to the top right or the bottom left. So not a very easy layout to close out the match. But I'm sure he's happy to see this opportunity come by. Top right spin on the 2. Oh, he's overcut it. Ooh. Ooh, Sanjin is down real quick. A little bit surprised actually, because if Sanjin would grind this out a little bit more, this really could turn into 10-9, 10-8 minimum. A little bit of luck. Might be him in the other side. Might be him in the quarters. How is the cue ball? Does he get behind the 7? Oh, it's close. I mean, if he did not get behind the 7, he can make the 3. If he always has a stop shot behind the 6, I believe so. Jump cue out. Let's see, does he go aggressive to make the 3 ball, to pocket the ball? Or does he just play a straight stop shot behind the 6? That's what he did. Almost made the 3 ball 2 rails, and I don't think... Yeah, he did not get the save. Another chance for the Bosnian, who is again dropping down on the shot pretty fast. Oh, nice shot. Needs another one though. This one requires more stroke. Crossover from the 5 to the 6. Yeah, and he's missed the 5. Yeah, actually grinded all through the match. Surely has made some mistakes, but kinda stayed close to Wojciech. But in the last couple of games, he's missed quite some opportunities, just like this one. Yeah, as clean as a whistle. Straight into the corner. Has to set himself up nicely. Does have a perfect angle on the 6 to leave himself the angle into the long rail on the 7 to go 2 rails to the 8. This should be done unless there is some nerves. Would have liked to have a little more angle possibly, but still able to do some traveling 2 rails to get to the 8. This is looking really good. On the other table, Mario Hay and Alexa currently at it. 9 each, 10-9, so close match as well on there. So that's it for this match. Wojciech Chevchik gets through to the quarterfinal. Oh, he's gonna show off a little bit on this 9. He advances 11-6 over Sanjin Pelivanovic. So that was it for this match. Tim de Ruyter in the booth. Thank you all for tuning in. Make sure to catch the ending on the other table. I believe it's 10-9. So super close match, and we will see you very shortly, I believe in like 30-40 minutes. So we'll see you soon. Thank you for joining.
start on time, maybe a little bit late, but I will tell you when to start. What's the time? It's quarterfinal. And what's the time? 12:30. So we will try to start at 12:30. Just go out and watch up, go before. I have. Maybe we start a little bit later, but I will tell you when to start. When you have to miss something, you can see after. So I will tell you when to start. When we start, we can have your stuff. Maybe a little bit later, but certainly half past.
The back here is okay? This one here?
Please, everything.
Tissues.
Amy Elizabeth Wilchan. Julie Truman, your next match will be on table 15. Please proceed to table 15 and start your practice of the match.
Hello and welcome everybody back to day 3 here, finals day of the men's Predator Austrian Open. We are in Sankt Johann in Pongau and we're down to the quarter-final stage, the final 8. And what an exciting match we have here. Up on this table we have the legend of Ralf Souquet from Germany taking on Austrian's Mario Hay. Both just coming through their last 16 matches. A good win from Ralph, beating local German counterpart Luca Men 11-5. And I had the privilege of commentating on Mario's match against Alexa Pachel, and he won that match 11-9, running out the last 2 racks. The game is 9-ball, and we race to 11. Each player will have 2 breaks on an alternating format, and we have a shot clock in operation as well. We have 35 seconds per shot, but on the break they will have 60 seconds, and they have an extension of 25 seconds should they choose to take it. My name is Graham Hickman, and I'll be taking you through this match. Hopefully we can see some exciting stuff. Ralph to break. Let's see how he gets on. We're also playing a 3-point rule from the break off, which means each player will have to secure 3 points. And how you secure a point is 2 ways. You can pocket a ball, so if a ball goes in the pocket from the break, that's 1 point. If a ball goes past the break line, as you can see there where the 8-ball and the 4-ball are, each of those balls passing that head string will count as a point as well. So Ralph made the point, but he didn't have a 2-ball open shot. Elected for a pretty good safety hooking Mario, so we'll have to play a kick shot from the top rail. There's always a chance of pocketing these kind of shots, even if you catch it rail first. Yeah, where's the cue ball going though? Nearly got a hook back, but it wasn't to be. And as we all know, Ralf Souquet, legend of the game, been there and got the t-shirt for many tournaments. European Master, Hall of Famer. He's got all the accolades a pool player could want, and he's still battling down these, if I can say, young guys in the business end of a tournament again. And from a safety play point of view, this is where Ralph really excels. So knowledgeable, so much experience, a very patient player. But on the flip side, you've got Mario, who is can be flamboyant, equally adept in the safety play. Monster break. He's been breaking very well this tournament. So it could come down to just maybe who can win the safety battles. Oh wow, he squeezed that through. What a great shot. Fantastic opening 2-ball from Mario, coming off a very confident win there against Alexa Pachel. He'll be feeling great coming into this match. You can see on the other table there, we have 2 tables streaming at the moment. On the other table we have the other quarterfinals going on against an old German affair. Felix Vogel, the young German, against Stefan Kaspers, who's been in incredible form this last 6 months, winning medals at European Championships, getting finals of Eurotours. He's on a bit of a wave at the moment. That'll be an exciting match as well. And then we have also Hungary versus Poland. We have Oliver Solnocki against Wojciech Szewczak on the outside table. Another Polish, Mieczo Fortunski, against a little bit of a unknown in the last 8, if I can say that. Uga Turku, who was the man who took out Joshua Filler in the last 32, and then running away against Roman Hibbler 11-2 in his last 16 match. So first time in the quarterfinals for him, and a lot of exciting players still left in this. We will have a new champion. Mohamed Soufi also got beat by Stefan Kaspers, so lots to play for. And Mario doing what Mario does. Played a fantastic shot to win his match just a short while ago. If you were not watching that match, you will be able to go back on YouTube, on the Pro Billiard series YouTube channel. I would definitely encourage you to go and watch that match. It was very exciting. If you don't have time to watch the full match, definitely go towards the back end and watch his last 2 breaks. The 2-ball to win the match was absolutely phenomenal. Yeah, what a great run out there. It was a very tricky 2-ball opener, but it looks like Mario has continued to be in pretty good stroke from his last match into this one. Obviously Ralph as well, playing pretty solid to get to the quarterfinals. This field is stacked, 216 players, 50,000 for the prize money, 6,000 first prize. Everyone's chasing it in this beautiful venue, in this Austrian town. It's a very popular event. A lot of players like to come here up in the mountains. Very picturesque. So Ralph, try again, looking for the 1-ball in the side, and looking how the balls have racked. Maybe a wing ball, 2-ball. Got the 1, and he made the points. 2-ball is over the corner. I'm not sure if he can get through. Looks like he might be able to. He can definitely bend it. The 3-ball is pretty close to the 2, but I don't know if it goes in the top pocket. Problem is, if you try to bend it, the cue ball really won't get out of the corner pocket area. Yeah, he's going with his jump cue. Good thing is, you might only have to jump over half a ball. So I really fancy Ralph to make this one. In terms of difficulty, it's probably at the lower end of jump shots. Pretty straight, cue ball over, 2-ball over the pocket. Should really make this one. Oh dear. Hit it too well. Might want to keep that jump cue out, Ralph. Be interesting if he can kick behind the 3 and send the cue ball up the left side of the table. Might be. Yeah, the 3 was always going to go into space, but he's had a bit of a result there behind the 9. We'll get to see Mario playing a jump shot.
Melanie Suzenku, Bojana Šarac, who's pressing table 17.
Well, how about that for the highlight reel? You're so close to that 9 ball. Very, very high tariff jump shot. Absolutely nailed it. Doesn't have a pot on the 4, but you can try to take control of this rack as you overhit this a little bit though. That's a little bit careless. You really should have been hooking Ralph. You don't want to give Ralph opportunity to play safe. Great jump shot though. You might even get the jump cue again. This could be a bit of a recurring theme in this match if Ralph gets to play a lot of safety shots. Mario does like to jump the ball, as you can see. Wasn't really much he could do there. Just trying to hit it was really his main objective, but he has stuck this up. I do think he's going to carry him into the 5 ball, so he needs to judge this. It'd be nice if he can just nudge it down towards the left corner pocket. It's hard to tell on this angle if he can just bump it that way. Guess we'll see. Yeah, he can bump it down. Not bad. Yeah, I'll just play this at a steady pace to play the 8 ball in the same pocket. Wants to leave an angle to come down. The 9. Doesn't want to be on the rail, so good. And this is just pace management. Ralph has had many years of massaging balls into the pockets. He likes to give the ball every chance. Always seems to have an angle and just let the cue ball do the work. Just rolling them in. Very rarely do you see Ralph go crazy with power or pace. He always seems to play the angle. Just years of ingrained pool. Ralph wins the rack. Gets it to 1-1. Now we get a chance to see Mario's breaks. 2 breaks for Mario coming up. Mario's been breaking super well. Seems to find a ball, puts a little bit of power in. He's lost the cue ball somewhat there. Made a ball and the points. Looks to have a shot on the 2, but there's a little bit of a cluster in the middle of the table. Still got a bit of traffic. It's not terrible. It's all about the position here on the 5, and the 5 and 6 is quite close. If you can get nice and straight on this 5, you play the 5 in the same pocket as the 4. Oh, you could do with a nice release off that cushion. Go. Yeah, he just had enough angle just to push it through. Manufactured this pretty well. Not sure if he can avoid the 9. If he can draw off the long reel, but he might have to go forward off the 9. I could even avoid it. Yeah, it's a good shot. He's a little bit off angle as well, so I'm not sure if he can pinch this, or he might just have to draw it off the long rail and come back to the middle of the table maybe. Yeah. He's just got the play the 9 ball. Same pocket as the 8 ball. Just composing himself here. This is a pretty good break and run considering a good 2 ball, bit of traffic in the middle of the table. And this is what he was doing earlier today as well. Just seemed to find a way to run out. The breaks seem to be working very, very well for Mario. His last 16 match, yeah, he ran 5 or 6 I think, from memory. Ran his first 2, a few in the middle, and then 2 at the end to win the match. So started strong, finished well. Have to get another one here and just already create a little bit of distance between him and Ralph. He was putting a bit more power in the break just to try and get some bonus balls, but that wing ball and 1 ball is what he's aiming for. Cue ball's gone down table, but he did make a ball. I don't think he's got a pocket for that 2 ball. Unless he wants to try a chop in the middle, but I don't think he has a shot. Taking his extension. Not sure if he's going for the pot or a safety here. He does have a few balls he can hide behind up table. wonder if he might go for a bank and get cover from that 9 ball. Yeah, that's what he's trying. Very smart shot, but he hasn't executed it as he planned. He's kind of trying to play a bank with a bit of safety in mind. Didn't work out. He's left a thin one for Ralph here, but it's makeable. Natural angle is going to come back across to the left side of the table. 3 ball does go past the 8. Wow, Ralph not even taking it on. It's a bit surprising, to be honest. That looked like a very makeable cut for Ralph. I do feel if he wants to stay in shooting distance with Mario, he might have to take some of those ones on. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, Ralph going for a 2 reel kick here. If he catches the 2 from the bottom side, he might be able to drift just next to the 9 in there. Oh, he's caught it a little bit wrong. How's your luck though, Ralph? We'll take that. That will work. I don't know if Mario can get behind this 2 and somehow leave the cue ball up table. What a clever shot, that's going in. Oh wow. He played an absolutely brilliant kick safe there as well. He's been very unlucky. And now he's going to have to pull out a jump shot of very high caliber. The 8 ball is over the corner, so he could miss this 3, fat or thin. He does have a possible chance of still going in off the 8. Oh wow, he said it that good. It didn't even go anywhere near the 8. That's a little bit unlucky. That was a really, really good jump. It's one of those funny ones. You hit it that well, it doesn't go in. If you missed it by more, it might have gone in off the 8. So a bit of fortune from Ralph gives him a chance. So you have to put a bit of a stroke on this one to get up for the 4. Yeah, it's not bad. Don't know if this 8 ball is going to hamper him a little bit in reaching over for this 4. Might have to use the rest. Not sure if he can squeeze past and lean over. I don't think he's taking it on. Wow. I'm gobsmacked. I don't understand that at all. He's probably thinking that was such an easy safety shot rather than maybe using a rest or overstretching. Just very surprised. That's 2 shots he's turned down. Very makeable of Ralph's level. With the 5 ball being pretty much over the pocket and the 6. Yeah, surprising. Yeah, it's quite nice here. 2 reels. Nice angle that. Yeah, that'll cost Ralph another rack. I do feel he probably could have taken maybe the previous 2-ball was a little bit too thin that he turned down, but that 4-ball I felt had a lot more value in it. Granted, if he got the safety and hooked Mario and maybe got ball in hand, could be saying something different, but I don't know, maybe there's maybe been a bit too cautious. We definitely know Mario will go for his shots. But 3-1, Mario winning his breaks, and Ralph now has 2 breaks to try and close the gap. Yeah, quick update on some scores. Felix Vogel against Stefan Kaspers is locked at 2-2. Oliver Solnocki, Wojciech Szewczak is also 2-2. Mietzo Fortunski is finding himself 5-3 down to Ugo Turku, who's on absolutely flying at the moment. He must be feeling $1 million, and he's continuing that form. So we'll keep an eye on those scores as we move through this match. You can find everything on the APBF website if you'd like to keep an eye on it yourself. Makes a ball. And the points, I think the ball, I don't know if the ball went around the table. No, I'm not sure if he did. I think it was an illegal break. It was only the 8-ball that went up. So in this situation, on an illegal break, Mario in this case has 2 options. He can play the shot from there, or he can give it back to Ralph to choose what he wants to do. He does have a 2-reel shot here. Try and get the white next to the 4-ball. That could be quite a good safety if he can just judge the speed. Needs to miss. Oh, this rack's going to become a bit messy. Yeah, this could turn into a bit of a safety battle. Don't know if that's a combo into the side. 4-ball is not in a bad place to try and open them up if needed. 1, 2 and 3 is pretty much open. Yeah, he's overran that, so I think Ralph will just be hiding the 2-ball on the long rail. Possibly try and put maybe the cue ball behind the 3. Looks to be the most easiest option. Yeah, but he has left a 1-reel shot here. This is not too crazy. Mario just checking to see if there is a combo there should he miss the 2, but this is makeable. Could try to pot this 2. The 3-ball is there waiting. It's probably worth the risk. Wow, I didn't expect him to miss it. I don't think Mario expected to miss it either. I think on a 1-reel kick shot like that, to miss the ball completely is a bit of a misjudgment for Mario. Yeah, it must be a combination, because he did have an angle there to definitely make it. He did have an angle to open them, but yeah, clearly you can see the 6 ball is off the rail. So he's just trying to work out. He's probably going to have to play the 5 on the right side as we see it here. And the 5's kind of going to run towards a line of the top left pocket as we see it here, but next to where the 9 ball would go, I think. Oh, he's lost this a little bit. Misjudged that. I think he felt it was going to be thinner and go towards the corner pocket. Yeah, so Ralph taking a chance on that one. That for me is interesting. So he's, in some cases he's playing safe, and other times he's going aggressive. This is not an easy shot for Mario by any means, but he could have tried and ducked for cover. Maybe felt it was a good time to go aggressive. These are the kind of shots that Mario likes. Yeah, just punch it in. Great shot. Yeah, I do think the big thing is going to be the break in this match. Because of Mario's power and accuracy, he's been breaking so well. And as we've seen the last one there, with Ralph getting an illegal break, you must make the 3 points by either pocketing balls to get a point, or the balls have to break the head string at the top of the table to also count for a point. So Ralph's final break before moves over to Mario. It's interesting when you think back to a lag. Just watch this break first. So he's just going to get the points, I think. Yeah, the balls roll up and he's landed nice on the 2. So that 2 ball coming round, so all of a sudden gave Ralph a lovely break. Not sure the angle he has on the 2 to get on the 3, but he's got an open shot. Might be able to drop it in and play between the gap. Yeah, I was just saying, if you, at the beginning when you lag for break in a normal match where you have alternate break, if you win or lose the lag, it maybe doesn't feel so big at the moment. Of course, if it goes hill-hill, you would like to break. But in this format with 2 breaks per player, if you win the lag, you basically get 4 breaks of the first 6 racks, which when you look at it that way is really big. Especially if you've been breaking well, having 4 breaks of the first 6 racks could put you in a good place. So the lag is becoming more and more important. Yeah, he's just taking what the table give him. Just give him an okay angle to come back up for the 4. He has got a little bit of traffic here. Not sure if he wants to come left side or right side of the 9, depending on his angle. He's going straight into the 9. It's a bit of a misjudgment there. It did look a little bit like you'd have to make a choice, but because he was on the rail, it just made it a little bit more tricky. Could try to hide the cue ball over the right side of the table here. Just on the side rail, past the 5. Yeah, nicely judged. Jump cues coming out for Mario. Wow, that's an excellent shot. That's exactly what he played as well. Very well judged. Ralph's turn to jump now. Pretty good hit, but he has left a shot here with the 5 and 6 now being a bit more open. It's a good chance for Mario now. Yeah, doesn't want to be too straight. Yeah, he's okay. He can choose to run this forward if he likes, or probably come back just to make sure he's got an angle. If he runs it forward, he does run the risk of landing straight on that 7, so playing it the smart way. This way he knows he's got more chance to leave an angle. Just run this off the long rail, probably come underneath the 9, cross past the 9 spot. Just keeping things simple, opting for the 9 in the side. Yeah, just one few too many mistakes from Ralph. Oh my gosh, that's absolutely incredible. I don't know what Mario did there. It looked like he snatched or jabbed or something. That's a huge moment in this match. Granted, it's still 4-2, but that is a free rack for Ralph, and Mario will be absolutely raging. 5-1 and then 2 breaks of his own. He could have really opened up a gap there, so that is a really, really careless one. We did see that in the last match, a few little careless ones from Mario, but he did come back, he shrugged it off. He came with a break and run as well, so he just needs to recompose himself a little bit. Yeah, dry break. Pool God's giving him a double punishment. However, don't know if Ralph can get through that gap. I mean, it's extremely tight between the 6 and the 9. No, definitely not. So he'll probably be looking for a push out location. He might even try the kick. No, he's going to put a ball safe, try and mess up this rack a little bit as insurance. Could be in trouble here, Ralph. Needs to get behind the 8. That's a little bit careless by Mario. Have to say he had a good chance there to put him even more in trouble. Left it pretty straightforward. At least kick to hit the 1. Looks like Ralph was trying to kick the 1 maybe over next to the 2 ball on the long rail. Could be what he's thinking. Yeah. He might have a roll here. No. Played it a little bit hard, but he had to play it hard to try and get the cue ball down table. Just caught it a little bit full. So a chance for Mario on this 1, but there's a little bit of a problem. Down table on that little cluster that needs some work. Oh wow, just feels like this 9 ball has totally rocked Mario a little bit. Yeah, it's a funny layout with the 1, 2, 3 and 4 all at the top of the table. Ralph losing the cue ball a bit there. Doesn't appear to have a great angle on the 2, but he might be able to maybe play this with running side, a bit of topspin. Might be able to go past the 4 and play the 3 in the side. Maybe he's playing the bank. Yeah, he's trying to force it over. He had a little bit of angle. This is a pretty thin 3 ball. That's why I was thinking maybe he might have went forward, just have a better line into the 3. This is thin. Yeah, Ralph opting for the safety shot. Jump cue could be coming out here. Wow. Tell you what, that was incredible jump shot, and it's actually worked out not too bad because he has a bit of an angle here. Try and spin this 4 ball in with a lot of bottom and right spin. Maybe try and come off 3 rails if he can get off 3 rails. Just try and bump that 7 out the way. There's 1, there's 2. He's got too much into it. He nearly missed the 4 ball. He hit it too fat. So back at the beginning of the rack, when Ralph decided to mess up the balls, has paid dividends here. Kept him in the rack. Yeah, that was a smart shot. That's exactly how he played it. He knew he was going to run into the 8 ball, but playing that with a little bit of spin just to bring it back down behind the 7. It's not an easy kick shot either. He's going to have to go up table here. He does have a 2-rail shot. He plays 2 rails and kind of catches the edge of the 5. Good things can happen. Even if he catches the other side of the 5. There's 2 rails. Caught the edge. Oh, he's fluked it. No, he hasn't. But he has hooked Mario. Well, judging by these first 6 racks, we could have a jump shot exhibition highlight reel for Mario alone. Incredible stuff. I think that's his 3rd or 4th jump. Very, very strong with the jump cue at the moment. Really needs to take these out to settle himself back in. Oh, Mario. All of a sudden, everything's just going a little bit pear-shaped. Going for the bank. Oof. How's your luck? Off the 8. Oh, he's had a big bit of fortune there. Ralph knew, but he's also had a bit of fortune. He'd be happy to come to the table, but still needs to figure something out here. Yeah, shot clock's creeping in. Oh, he nearly got a good shot there, you know. That was nearly going to go running away up the table. But not meant to be. It's a tricky 7 in the side. He's going to have to jack up a little bit here. Yeah, that was a good shot. A lot more difficult than it looked. Very much needed that. Rack did, Mario. Things were just unraveling a little bit. He was getting a bit all out of sorts, but that should settle him back down. was a thunderous break. Open them up nice. A 3-ball on the right side of the table is going to be key here. Angle he's got on the 2 isn't great. Yeah, going forward, playing the 3 from below up to the top right corner is going to be a bit awkward. The 4's in a nice spot for that, but I'm wondering if you might put a bit of a draw stroke on this and go all the way up to the top short rail. Try and play the 3-ball in the bottom right corner here. This could be a good shot. Needed to spin over. Didn't really get everything into it. It's not bad. Would have liked just a little bit more on it. Just makes this shot a bit more tricky. Oh, excellent. Can always be a little bit tough playing those 3-ball balls above the centre pockets. But it was just off enough to be comfortable. Yeah, just what the doctor ordered. So maybe this could be just weathering the storm. From 4-1 when he missed that 9, it looked like he was giving a bit of a door opening for Ralph to get back in this match. A few safeties, a few jumps, a few bits of rolls, a couple of good pots, followed by a break and run. And instead of being 7-1, he is now 6-2. That will make him feel a lot better. That 9 will be forgotten. Quick update on the scores. Some of the tables just while we're waiting there. Felix Vogel is 6-3 down to Stefan Kaspers. Oliver Solnocki is 5-3 up against Wojciech Szewczak. Maciej Fortunski is now 8-5 up against Ugo Turku. So he's come back strong in that match, has Fortunski, the butcher. Still a long way to go to 11, but closing in. So Ralph with a couple of breaks. That was a dry break and an illegal break, but Mario won't be giving this back. There is a shot on the 1. Not so straightforward to get to the 2, but he does have some options.
Some matches have been assigned for 2 o'clock round in women division. Please check the online schedule and proceed to the announced tables.
Is he chasing the 9 here? Could be. Wow, that's incredible. It's interesting. It feels like the shots that you would expect Ralph not to go for, he's going for, because that 1 ball was potable. Of course, with the 9 being so close to the pocket, it's a quick rack. It's always nice to get them. Still fancied Ralph to have got that 9, but he did have a chance just to pot the 1. All the balls were in the open. Big shot here from Mario. Punch this in. Yeah, nicely done. All of a sudden, this is a better chance for Mario here. Just checking if the 4 goes past the 9. If it doesn't, he might think about that 4-9 combo just because it's close to the pocket. Not ideal. Yeah, from this angle you can see the 4 is a little bit further away, with the 5 up next to the 8 ball. I mean, if the cue ball was where it is right now, he could think about taking it, but if the 4 ball goes, he's really probably going to play the 4 ball, to be honest. Let's see. Checked it a few times, so if it goes, that was a great shot, that. Thread the needle. Yeah, it's important he gets a good angle on the 6 here. I think he's just okay. Just draw this up table. 8 and 9 pretty much over pocket, so just wants to make sure. Oh yeah, he's more than fine. Just going for his extension. It's a bit of a stretch, but no drama. Yeah, Ralph a little bit frustrated there. We had a bit of a chance to try and squeeze a cheap rack, if you like. Playing a 1-9 carom. Wasn't meant to be. A few good shots from Mario extending his lead to 7-2. Really putting the Kaiser under all types of pressure here. He's probably going to need a bit of help from Mario in this one. Fortunski is now 9-5, 2 away from getting into the semi-finals. Felix Vogel gets one back to 6-4. Ralph makes the wing ball and he makes the points. Just have a shot on the 1. It's not the easiest of cueing. It's equally difficult to get back down for the 2. If he does want to try this, he's going to probably have to draw down to the left side of the table, but can he get his cue past the 9 without jacking up? Let's see. No, he can. So this is not too bad. It's not a bad angle, just extension. Just about cueing this one. Let the cue ball bite a little bit so it goes past that centre pocket and just drift down past the black. Wow, I don't know what happened there. I think you just totally mishit it. Yeah, I think you just completely mishit that one. Maybe he was thinking about the centre pocket coming into play. But Mario is looking at this combo. Maybe it's worth it if it's straight on. Oh, well judged. He's got a bit of a thin one. The only saving grace is that the 3 ball is up table, but I'm not sure if he'll be taking this on. He could play the 1 thin, go into the 6 and the 7. It's an option, but that's incredibly offensive. He does have quite an option for a safety here, maybe using the 8. Maybe he's going for it. Maybe not. Separation. Yeah, he's trying to go into the balls, like I said. Ooh, what a good shot, nearly. He might have a second chance. I think he might be a bit hooked though. Jump cue, maybe. Oh, he's had a bit of a result here. Misjudged the jump shot, but did open the balls and get a hook, so it's kind of a double bonus there for Mario. Of course, the 3 is over the corner. Very makeable for Ralph, this. And the 4 ball is on the right long rail, so if he can just pot this 3 ball, he will most likely have a good shot on the 4, or a chance. Doesn't want to hit this too hard. Well judged. So even though Mario did hook Ralph there, it's gifted Ralph a bit of a chance. Yeah, nicely done. Just draw this back a little bit. Play the 6 in the same pocket as the 4. 7 in the top left. Yeah, looks like Ralph was just leaving the right angle. Can probably just choose to drop this in. Come 1 rail from the short rail down to the middle of the table. Or he can play it off 2 rails if he prefers that. Maybe it's a 2 railer, depending how he feels. He likes to just drop them in. Yeah, so even though a bit of a lucky roll from Mario, was a great shot by Ralph just to kick that 3 in and run out. Wasn't really difficult in terms of execution for Ralph's level, but he still had to make it. Nicely done. 7 racks to 3. Mario breaking. 2 breaks now. See if he can extend the lead. Yeah, big break for Mario there. Made a ball and the points. Bit of a stroke required on this one ball. Yeah, I'm not sure if a cushion shot, cushion first could be an option, but if the one ball is deep enough, he can play with just left hand side, come in the gap. I have more than enough space from the one over the pocket. Four balls a little bit tricky, so important here how he lands on the 3. This could be too straight. If he wants to get close to the 4, he's going to have to pot this 3 ball cushion first, I think. Unless he wants to play the combo. If he doesn't want to play the combo, the 4 does go in the side. It's a bit risky though to play cushion first and just drift over. He could go round the back as well, and he could even hook himself, so there's a lot of danger there. Yeah, just having a thought here. The combo seems like the most obvious route, but it's a tricky combo. I do like the cushion first shot. Just play it slow, cushion first. Just let the cue ball drift over. But let's see what he chooses. Wow. I think he might even be surprised he got that far. He might have landed straight in this bottom left corner. If he has landed in that straight there, that's incredible. Well, he did have a little bit of a result there. He landed pretty straight. He was just very close to the 4. So kind of had to jack up and play a bit of a masse kind of draw shot. He's battling here to try and run this rack out. Just have a shot in the side or a bank, whatever he chooses. Wow. All out aggression. What a great bank. Yeah, what an excellent clearance that was. Really battled hard there. It was a bit of a strange layout. Some very interesting shots he had to come up with. But that thunderous bank to really put him in the position to win that rack. Puts him 8-3 ahead. One more break to come. That's another good break by Mario. Bit of a tricky opener again. Another great shot though. He's getting into a bit of a rhythm here. He seems to be putting a lot of big shots. He'd love to be straight on this 6 ball. Just always played that very well. Love to have a stop shot on the 6, just to make sure he's got a nice clear path to the 8. Oh yeah, basically ball in hand. Great stuff this by Mario, really turning the screw on Ralph, punishing him for mistakes but also breaking and running, looking like both of his racks. I don't expect Mario to miss this 9. Pumps it in. 2 break and runs there again for Mario. Gets him onto 9-3. A mountain to climb for Ralph Souquet here. But he does have 2 breaks to try to make a dent. Quick update on the scores. We have our first semi-finalist, Mieszko Fortunski. Beats Ergo Turku 11-5. Great result there for him. And a great tournament for Ergo Turku as well. Beating some big names and filler along the way. He must be happy with that performance. Oliver Solnogi 6-4 up against Wojciech Szewczak. They've been locked in that match for a little while. Felix Vogel and Stefan Kaspers is 7-5 to Stefan Kaspers. So a bit of life in that one there as well. There you see Felix at the table. We're back to this one. Ralph with 2 breaks that he desperately needs to get on the board to really have a chance in this match. Gonna start by doing that. Oh, that bump on the 8 ball with a 2 ball. I think he might have had a shot there, but not meant to be. Push out maybe here. Wonder if he might push out kind of up in the top right table where his tip of his cue was, just to leave kind of a kick from behind. Yeah, I think that's what he's tried, to leave a kick and stick kind of shot. Come up on one rail, short rail, kick the 2 from behind. If you can catch it a little bit on the right side, the cue ball could drift towards the 8 and get some cover. That 9 ball does come into play though, if you do catch the 2 on the right side. So he needs to make sure the 2 gets away. Yeah, he's caught it a bit full, he might have left a shot here. Didn't catch it half, kind of caught it too full. The downside of that shot from Mario was with the 3 ball up the table, kind of made position there from the pot a bit more straightforward, which also meant less power needed on the 2. Still a bit of work. There's a bit of traffic on that right side of the table, so little puzzle for Ralph to figure out here. First of all, get a good angle on the 4. 5 balls over the side, that's going to be the key shot. I think he's played that pretty well, because he's going to have to play the 6 in the opposite left centre pocket. He does have another option if he does overhit it a little bit. The 6 does go in the top corner, but his plan here would be to kind of land in between those 2 diamonds. Would be nice. Just there, perfect, great shot, well judged. 7 does go past the 8, so run this forward. Any kind of angle really will work. Straight on the 7 or even a little bit will still work. Most likely play all of these 3 balls in the same pocket. Maybe just a little drawback so he doesn't have to use his extension. Yeah, he's got a little bit more angle, so a little bit less angle, so he might just draw this back up table. Play the 9 in the bottom left pocket this time. See how he feels. Yeah, keep it simple. That is the Ralph Souquet mantra. Let the cue ball do the work. Don't need to go crazy. And a much needed rack from Ralph. Gets him 1 back to 9-4 with another break coming. He didn't get the intended break ball, wing ball, sorry, or the 1 ball in the side, but he did get a bonus ball. However, I think the 1 ball is blocked in both corner pockets. So it doesn't look like there's an offensive opportunity here for Ralph. At least in a potting mindset, he will probably have to find a safety somewhere. Maybe try and put the 1 over next to the 3 ball somewhere, get some cover. Yeah, overran this a little bit though. Could he have left this? Hard to tell. Looks like he might have the hook, but if Mario can bend it and go cushion first, could be a possibility. Might actually be his only option. You might see a bit of a masse shot here. Try and bend it. Don't really see a kick shot. Yeah, get ready for the masse. This was the only shot I can see. bend it around those two balls and kick the one in. Ooh, just tell you what, that wasn't far away. Might have looked a bit crazy, but was probably just one ball spin away from getting around that second ball. It was a good safety in the end. Just the chance Ralph needs. Open table, ball in hand. I don't think the 2 goes in the bottom left, so he's drawing this back, I think, to play the 2 in the same pocket as the 1. Needs to run. It's a little bit short. Yeah, he could have played a bit better than that. I think where the 3 is, the only good thing is he's naturally going to the right side of the table. He's just trying to see if there's any kind of scratch or if he just rolls this in. Yeah, he's left himself some work to do here. Yeah, it's not bad. It's a thin 3 ball. However, there is a lot of space on the left side of the table. Not sure how soft he can play this, just to hold maybe. Probably have to come a couple of rails. He's going a couple of rails. That's worked out very nice. So maybe Ralph has weathered the storm from that low 2 ball that he left himself. There's no real problems here. Really only 7 to 8. Sometimes when a ball is in the pocket, can sometimes not go wrong, but maybe not get it as you intended. He has left this one a little bit strange because now he does have to lean over this 7 ball, I think. Not sure if it's a bit of a problem. Yeah, it's over pretty close. Ralph does play with a long bridge as well, so should be no problem. It's all about pace. 8 balls in the middle of the table, so he had lots of options there and he's judged that to perfection. Just a little stun shot. Cue ball shouldn't really move too much for a straightforward 9 in the bottom right. So yeah, Ralph gets his 2 breaks and wins them both. Gets him back to 9 racks to 5. But Mario does have 2 breaks of his own. And he would love to finish the match how he did in his last 16 match by running the racks, running the match out. Big break from Mario there. Makes a 1 in the side. Judging by his body language, I don't think he has a shot on the 2. Might be able to see it. Not really sure if he can pot it. Does have a cross bank if he wants to be aggressive. And Mario doing Mario things. Yeah, I can't really see an aggressive shot here unless he wants to go for the bank. I don't think he'd be taking the bank on, but then again it's Mario. Mario does what Mario wants. If the bank is on, it's probably worth a gamble. I just don't know if he can squeeze past that 7 ball. If not, he could try to lock him up behind that 4. Put Ralph in a bit of trouble. We'll find out in a moment. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. If it didn't really go, he probably had a good chance to lock Ralph up, but he has got the second prize. I think Mario just wants to get this match done as quick as possible. It was a pretty good hit, but was kind of relying on a little bit of luck there. Didn't get it. 3 ball is on. Looks like he's going to make some kind of connection with the 4 ball. I wonder if he can just draw the 4 to the left side of the table and leave it in the left side. Yeah, very nicely done. Great chance for Mario now to get on the hill. Yeah, he's just okay. It's gone a little bit further than he wanted. Yeah, he might choose to play this 3 rails. Play the 6 in the left hand centre pocket, just because it's a bit more of a natural stroke. Doesn't want to be straight on this 6 ball. I think that looks absolutely perfect. What a great shot. This looks okay. It's a bit thinner than he would have liked, but that 9 ball might come into play. He'd love to just go straight up the table and back down the table. We'll see in a moment from the main table view. Yeah, he might just be able to miss the 9. Yeah, he's played that really well. Perfect. What a great shot that was. The 9 ball was just off its spot, so it helped a little bit. Ever so slightly to the left. So one more good shot here to get on the hill. So Mario wins the rack. It's 10 racks to 5 in front. Needs 1 more to get to the last 4. He has 1 more break. He would love to get this done now. Love to get it done with a break and run. Not even entertain letting Ralph come back to the table. Well, it's not over yet. Dry break from Mario, but he has hooked Ralph. So Ralph will be looking at some kind of push out here. Needs to be careful though, because there is a kick and a stick option as well on the one, so I think that's what he might be tempting Mario into looking at. Mario will have a little look. The thing with the kick and stick here is the cue ball potentially is still going to be in the open on the left side of the table, kind of next to the 5. I don't think he can get right behind the one to send the cue ball a little bit to the right. Does have a thin edge. Could try to play thin edge and get some cover down behind the 9. It's not a bad idea. Doesn't like it though. He says to Ralph, you give it a go. You put yourself there, I'll let you figure it out. So it looks like he's playing this with a bit of right hand spin, so I think he's trying to get behind the one, and like I said, with a kick and stick. Yeah, you see the cue ball was always going to be in the open. Ooh, that little bump helps a little bit. If that was going to drift past the 3, it was a bit more of an open shot. Yeah, there was always a danger with that kick and stick. He kind of needed to catch the one ball a little bit further on the right hand side so the cue ball would drift to the right. But it's not too bad. He does have a thin edge on this one ball. Just wondering if he can thin edge and come all the way back up, get some cover behind the 5. That 1-9-6 looks interesting. I don't know if the 1 would carry him the 9 into the 6 and go towards that corner pocket, so he might not go for the thin edge. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, I said that all wrong. Maybe he was thinking about that 9 ball going kind of towards the corner pocket and not getting cover. I think Mario could find himself potentially in a lot of trouble behind this 6 ball here. Ralph does like to play the duck and hide shot. Just let the cue ball drift over behind that 6 ball. That looks like a Ralph special. Voila. Wow, why not? Why not just stick another jump in there for good measure? I mean, goodness me, Mario has probably had 4 or 5 incredible jump shots in this match. I'm sure we'll be having a Mario He jump highlight reel from this one. Great shot. Jumped over 3 balls there as well, I think. Chance now to win the match. Tricky too on the side, but very makeable. That was the pace. What a great shot. Great chance now. key shot here. 6 does go on the side. A bit short though, I think. Sorry, the 6 does go in the corner. A bit short, is it? Don't think he's there. 7 does go on the side. Not sure if it goes past the 9. He does have a good safety if he can't pot it. Oh, he could swerve it in. A little bit of a tester on this 7, but he'll be giving this one a pint of blood. Full focus. This is the match ball right here. Wow, he nearly potted the 8 as well. That would have been nice, but I don't know if that's caused a problem. Well, from that angle, well, I think he can just get it. Might have to be a slow one with a little bit of left hand spin. Just spin the 8 ball in. Yeah, he couldn't play that with much pace, but should be fine from here. There you go. Well, pretty solid match overall from Mario He. Ralph just had a few too many mistakes in the early part of that match. Battled hard, but wasn't meant to be. So congratulations on a good tournament nonetheless. And Mario moved into the final 4. And we will be looking to see him in the semi-finals very, very shortly. My name's Graham Hickman. Thanks to everyone for joining. And we'll be back very, very soon for the conclusion of the men's Predator Austrian Open. Bye for now.